Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient library of Castle Failhorn rose 7 stories into the sky, its countless shelves bending under the weight of 10,000 years of knowledge. Spiral staircases wound between floors like stone serpents, while enchanted lanterns cast pools of amber light that danced across leather-bound spines and illuminated the dust motes that hung perpetually in the air. In this hallowed sanctuary of wisdom, Hobbit moved with practiced ease, his small fingers tracing the embossed titles as he hummed softly to himself. Half the height of most men in the kingdom, Hobbit had long ago ceased noticing the curious glances from visiting nobles or the occasional whispered jokes from the castle guards. What he lacked in stature, he made up for in intellect and an uncanny memory that had earned him the coveted position of royal bookkeeper at the unusually young age of 23. For 5 years, he had served King Augustine faithfully, cataloguing the ever-expanding royal collection and retrieving obscure tomes for the court mages at a moment's notice. But Hobbit harbored a secret known to no one, not even the king himself. When the castle fell silent and midnight shadows stretched across the ancient stones, he would unlock a hidden chamber behind a false bookshelf and immerse himself in forbidden knowledge. There, by the light of a single blue flame that burned without fuel, he studied the most ancient texts in the collection, the Dragon Scrolls. Dragons had been extinct for 3 centuries, their magnificent scaled bodies and fiery breath passing from history into legend, then from legend into bedtime stories to frighten children. Yet the scrolls spoke of them not as monsters, but as intelligent beings with their own language, culture and magic, a language that inexplicably Hobbit could read as naturally as his native tongue. Tonight, however, his clandestine studies would be interrupted by the sound that would forever alter his fate, a scream that pierced the midnight silence of the castle, followed by the thundering of armored boots upon stone. The king is dead, assassinated in his chambers. The words echoed through the vaulted chamber where the royal council had hastily assembled. Lords and ladies in nightclothes murmured fearfully among themselves, while the captain of the royal guard, her face ashen with shock, delivered her report. His Majesty's throat was slit with surgical precision, she stated grimly, but the chambers were locked from within and the windows undisturbed. From his position near the chamber's entrance, Hobbit felt a chill creep up his spine. He had been summoned, as had all the king's personal servants, but his presence was largely ceremonial. A bookkeeper could hardly provide insight into matters of royal assassination. "Magic," growled Commander Darian, leader of the Order of Magic Hunters. Tall and imposing, with a face bisected by a jagged scar, he surveyed the room with eyes as cold as winter ice. Only sorcery could allow an assassin to enter sealed chambers. At the word magic, a palpable tension gripped the assembly. Since the Mage Wars a century ago, the practice of magic had been strictly regulated, its practitioners bound by oaths and monitored by Darian's order. Unsanctioned magic was punishable by exile or worse. "We must identify the culprit swiftly," declared Lord Chancellor Thaddeus, the king's chief advisor. "The succession must not be thrown into chaos." As the debate intensified, Hobbit noticed something troubling. Servant after servant was called forth to report their whereabouts at the time of the king's death, each providing thorough accounts verified by multiple witnesses. Except him, no one asked the bookkeeper about his evening activities, as though he had been forgotten entirely. Then Lord Thaddeus's gaze fell upon him, and Hobbit realized with a sinking feeling that he had not been forgotten at all. "The bookkeeper," Thaddeus said, his voice carrying easily over the assembly. He alone had access to the king's private library, adjoining the royal bedchamber. All eyes turned to Hobbit, who felt himself shrinking beneath their collective scrutiny. "And I was in the main library, cataloguing new acquisition," he said, fighting to keep his voice steady, "as I am every evening." "Can anyone confirm this?" Commander Darien asked, his hand moving to rest on the hilt of his sword. Hobbit swallowed hard. The main library would have been empty at that hour, its cavernous halls witnessed only by the dust and the silence. "I work alone," he admitted. "Don't search his quarters," Darien ordered, and two knights moved immediately to comply. "This is absurd," Hobbit protested. "I've served His Majesty faithfully for years. What possible motive could I have?" "Perhaps this," came the reply as one of the knights returned, holding aloft a small scroll partially unrolled to reveal text written in angular, unfamiliar script. The dragon language, hidden beneath his mattress. Hobbit's blood ran cold. The scroll, one he had been translating for weeks, contained an ancient draconic prophecy about the return of the dragons and the fall of human kingdoms. "Dragon's script," Darien said, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "Forbidden magic of the oldest kind. It's merely a historical curiosity," Hobbit insisted. "I collect ancient languages. It's academic interest, not—" "Enough!" Darien's fist crashed against the table. "The evidence is clear. The bookkeeper used forbidden dragon magic to bypass the king's defenses and assassinate him in service to some ancient cult. Seize him." As the knights advanced, Hobbit made a desperate calculation. The door behind him led to a lesser-used corridor that connected to the west wing. If he could reach the servants' passages, he might find his way to the outer bailey before the alarm spread. With a quickness that surprised even himself, Hobbit ducked beneath the reaching arms of the nearest knight and bolted for the door. The castle catacombs stretched beneath Failhorn like the roots of an ancient tree, their twisting passages carved into the living rock of the mountain upon which the fortress was built. Few ventured into these depths, where the air hung heavy with the weight of centuries, and the light from sputtering torches failed to penetrate the deepest shadows. Hobbit pressed himself against the cold stone wall, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Above, the castle had erupted into chaos as knights and guards searched every chamber, corridor, and courtyard for the diminutive bookkeeper, now branded a traitor and regicide. He had fled blindly at first, his feet carrying him down, always down, into the labyrinthine bowels of the fortress. Now, with the initial surge of panic subsiding, he forced himself to think clearly. The catacombs connected to the old mining tunnels, which eventually opened onto the mountain's eastern face. If he could navigate the darkness without a light, a necessary risk, as a torch would immediately betray his position, he might yet escape. As Hobbit contemplated his next move, a sound reached his ears, a sound so faint that at first he believed it to be a trick of the mind. A resonant hum, like crystals struck by a delicate hammer, emanating from somewhere deeper in the catacombs. Curiosity overcame caution. Following the ethereal sound, Hobbit navigated passages that grew increasingly unfamiliar, until he came upon a chamber he had never seen nor heard mentioned in any of the castle's historical records. A circular room with a domed ceiling, its walls etched with intricate patterns that he, with a jolt of recognition, Hobbit identified as draconic script. In the center of the chamber Suspended within a shaft of pale blue light that seemed to emanate from the stone itself, floated a large oval object, midnight blue, flecked with silver, its surface gleaming with an inner luminescence. "A dragon egg," Hobbit whispered, awe momentarily displacing his fear. "The last one." The humming grew louder as he approached, the sound resolving into something more complex, a melody of sorts, though unlike any music he had ever heard. Without conscious thought, Hobbit extended his hand toward the egg. The moment his fingers made contact with the smooth shell, a surge of energy coursed through him. The egg's surface grew warm, then hot, and the silver flecks began to pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. Within his mind, Hobbit heard a voice, ancient, powerful, yet somehow innocent. "At last, the one who speaks our tongue has come." The egg was communicating with him. Before Hobbit could process this miracle, the distant sound of armored footsteps echoed through the catacombs. The search had reached the depths. In a split-second decision that would alter the course of history, Hobbit carefully lifted the egg from its shaft of light. It was heavier than he expected, yet seemed to grow lighter as he cradled it against his chest. The blue illumination faded, plunging the chamber into darkness. Together, the voice whispered in his mind, "Fate has bound us." The Crimson Mountains lived up to their name as dawn painted their jagged peaks with blood-red light. 3 days of desperate flight had brought Hobbit to these treacherous highlands where ancient forests clung to steep slopes and mist-shrouded valleys concealed paths known only to the most reclusive creatures. The dragon egg, wrapped in his cloak and secured in his travel pack, hummed contentedly against his back. During his flight, Hobbit had discovered that the egg responded to his emotions, growing warmer when he was afraid, vibrating gently when he was at rest. Sometimes, in the quiet moments between hiding and running, he would feel the echo of thoughts not his own, curiosity, contentment, and an eagerness that suggested whatever grew within the shell was nearing its time to emerge. "Just a little further," Hobbit murmured, partly to the egg and partly to himself. "The elves of Luthien dwell beyond the next ridge, if the ancient texts speak true." The forbidden dragon scrolls had mentioned Luthien as a sanctuary where dragon knowledge was preserved long after the beasts themselves had vanished from the world. If anyone could help him understand the egg and clear his name, it would be the elves, assuming, of course, that they still existed and would receive him. As Hobbit crested the ridge, the mists parted to reveal a valley unlike any he had ever seen. Ancient trees with silver bark and golden leaves reached hundreds of feet into the sky, their canopies forming a shimmering dome over the valley floor. Structures that seemed grown rather than built wound around and through the massive trunks, connected by bridges of living wood that swayed gently in the morning breeze. Luthien, the hidden realm of the elves, was no myth after all. Before Hobbit could begin his descent into the valley, a whisper of movement behind him was his only warning. He turned to find himself surrounded by tall figures with bowstrings drawn taut, arrows aimed at his heart. Their features were angular and perfect, their eyes reflecting light like those of nocturnal predators. "A human child," one said in a musical voice that nonetheless carried an edge of steel. "Here, at our borders." "Not a child," another corrected. "A halfling by the look of him." "I seek asylum," Hobbit said quickly, raising his empty hands, "and knowledge. I carry something of great importance." As if in response to his words, the egg in his pack emitted a sound like a bell struck underwater, startling the elven archers. "He carries a dragon stone," gasped one, lowering his bow slightly. The apparent leader of the group studied Hobbit with renewed interest. No dragonstone would resonate thus unless... His eyes widened. Impossible. Show us. With slow, deliberate movements, Hobbit unslung his pack and carefully unwrapped the egg. In the clear mountain light, its blue surface seemed to ripple like water, the silver flecks coalescing into patterns that resembled constellations. The elves stared in undisguised wonder, their weapons gradually lowering. "The prophecy speaks true," the leader whispered. "No, when the last egg finds the last speaker, the age of dragons shall be reborn." "I don't understand," Hobbit said. "I'm just a bookkeeper. I found this egg by chance when fleeing false accusations." The elven leader knelt to meet Hobbit at eye level, his ageless face solemn. "There is no chance in matters of dragons, little one. You are a dragomant, one born with the rare gift to communicate with dragonkind. We believed your kind extinct, just as the dragons themselves. The egg speaks to me," Hobbit admitted, "in my mind, because it has chosen you as its bonded." The elf gestured toward the valley. "Come, there is much you must learn, and quickly. The hatching approaches, and with it, great danger." "Danger from what?" Hobbit asked, carefully rewrapping the egg. The elf's expression darkened. "From those who would ensure dragons and magic itself remain extinct forever. The death of your king was merely the opening move in a game centuries in the planning." As they descended toward the hidden elven city, Hobbit felt the egg pulse against his back like a second heartbeat. Whatever destiny had thrust itself upon him, he sensed it was far greater and more terrible than he could possibly imagine. But for the first time since fleeing the castle, he felt a flicker of hope. He might be small, he might be alone, but he carried the future of an ancient race against his spine, and somehow, impossibly, it had chosen him as its guardian. The last bookkeeper, the last dragon egg, the last chance for magic in a world growing darker by the day. Story 2. The 7 crystal towers of Norvalan pierced the misty dawn like silver spears thrust into the heavens, their enchanted surfaces catching the first light and fracturing it into 1,000 dancing rainbows. Below, nestled within the protective embrace of ancient walls, the city still slumbered, unaware that far above, at the summit of the tallest tower, a dark stain was spreading across the enchanted barrier that had protected the realm for a millennium. Hobbit watched the corruption with growing dread, his small hands gripping the observatory's stone balustrade. Though barely reaching the height of an ordinary man's chest, Hobbit moved with the quiet dignity earned through years of service to the royal astronomers. Most in the kingdom gave the diminutive man little notice, seeing only his small stature and overlooking the keen intelligence that gleamed in his grey-green eyes. The spreading darkness in the barrier wasn't visible to ordinary sight. Only those with the oldest sight, a rare gift passed down through certain bloodlines, could perceive the magical energies that wove through the world. Hobbit had hidden his ability for years, fearing the attention it would bring. But now, as tendrils of shadow crept across the formerly pristine dome that separated Norvalan from the shadow realm beyond, he could remain silent no longer. "It weakens faster than before," came a weathered voice from behind him. Hobbit turned to find Master Thorn, the elderly royal astronomer, leaning heavily on his gnarled staff as he shuffled onto the balcony. The old man's eyes, clouded with cataracts, nevertheless tracked the spreading corruption with unsettling precision. "You can see it too?" Hobbit asked, momentarily forgetting the secret he had guarded so carefully. A sad smile crossed Thorn's lined face. "I have watched you these 7 years, young Hobbit. Your discretion does you credit, but such gifts cannot remain hidden forever, particularly not in these dark times." Hobbit's chest tightened. "What is happening to the barrier?" I've never seen the corruption spread so quickly. The broken crown weakens, Thorn said simply, as though pronouncing a death sentence, and with it, the magic that holds the shadow veil intact, the broken crown. Every child in Norvaland grew up hearing tales of the ancient artifact, how the first king had shattered his own crown to forge a magical seal against the armies of the Shadow Lord, Malakar. For 1,000 years, the central piece had rested upon a pedestal in the highest chamber of the royal palace, its broken edges a reminder of the two fragments that had been hidden away for safekeeping. But the crown has stood guard for centuries, Hobbit protested. Why would it fail now? Thorn's gaze turned toward the city below. Because the bloodline of its guardians has dwindled to near extinction. Only one remains who carries the power to rejuvenate the crown's magic, and that one doesn't even know his heritage. With terrible clarity, Hobbit suddenly understood the significance of the strange birthmark that spiraled across his left palm. The mark his mother had warned him never to show another soul before her death. Me, he whispered, the word hanging in the chill morning air. I am of the Guardian's bloodline. The last, Thorn confirmed. And now you must embrace your destiny, for the crown's central piece has been sabotaged. The only hope for Norvaland, indeed for all the Seven Kingdoms, is to recover the lost fragments and restore the crown to wholeness before the veil falls completely. Before Hobbit could respond, a sound like distant thunder rolled across the sky, though no clouds marred the dawn. The corruption in the barrier pulsed, expanding with renewed vigor. It has begun, Thorn murmured, his voice tight with fear. Malakar stirs beyond the veil. We have perhaps 7 days before the Shadow Lord gathers enough power to break through. 7 days, panic clawed at Hobbit's throat. But I know nothing of my heritage or these fragments. How can I possibly— You are not without allies, young guardian. Thorn reached into his robes and withdrew an ancient scroll sealed with silver wax. This map shows the location of the first fragment, hidden deep within the Whispering Forest. For the second, you must seek the exiled sorceress, Lyrian, who guards it without knowing its true nature. Lyrian, the Shadow Witch? Hobbit's blood ran cold. Every citizen of Norvaland knew of Lyrian's terrible reputation, how she had been banished for trafficking with Malakar's spectral servants. She's a servant of the darkness. Perhaps not. Thorn's expression remained enigmatic. Not all is as it appears in these shadowed times. Now go, gather what supplies you can. You must leave Norvaland before midday. Alone? To find these fragments? Hobbit looked down at his small stature, a lifetime of doubts rising to the surface. I'm not a hero from the old tales, Master Thorn. I'm just small. Thorn placed a gnarled hand on Hobbit's shoulder. If size matters not in the weaving of destiny, young guardian. The first king himself was said to be of modest height, yet his courage stretched to the heavens. As the sun cleared the eastern mountains, bathing the crystal towers in golden light, Hobbit felt something stir within him, something ancient and powerful that had slumbered in his blood for generations, waiting for this moment to awaken. The Whispering Forest earned its name with unnerving precision. 3 days into his journey, Hobbit found himself constantly assailed by soft murmurs that seemed to emanate from the very air around him. Sometimes the whispers formed words almost recognizable, only to dissolve into meaningless susurrations when he strained to understand them. Thorn's map had led him deeper into the ancient woodland than any sane resident of Norvaland would willingly venture. The massive trees here were unlike any Hobbit had seen before. Their bark spiraled in unnatural patterns, while their leaves shifted colors even as he watched, cycling through shades of emerald, sapphire, and amethyst. Magic flows strongly here. Hobbit murmured to himself, taking comfort in the sound of his own voice amid the endless whispers. The map indicated that the first fragment of the broken crown lay in a glade at the forest's heart, a place marked with a symbol Hobbit recognized as the ancient rune for sacrifice. As twilight descended, casting long shadows between the massive trunks, Hobbit made camp beneath the spreading branches of a particularly ancient oak. Sleep came fitfully, interrupted by dreams of shadowy figures reaching through a tearing veil with clawed hands. He awoke suddenly to find a hooded figure crouched beside his campfire, slender fingers extended toward the dying embers. With a startled cry, Hobbit scrambled backward, fumbling for the small dagger at his belt. "Peace, little guardian," said a voice as melodious as a mountain stream. "Had I wished you harm, you would not have awakened at all." The figure lowered its hood, revealing features of such ethereal beauty that Hobbit momentarily forgot to breathe. Silvery hair framed a face with high cheekbones and almond-shaped eyes the color of twilight. From beneath the hair peeked delicately pointed ears, marks of elven blood. "Who are you?" Hobbit demanded, his dagger still raised defensively. "One who walks a parallel path," she replied. "My name is Lirian." Hobbit nearly dropped his weapon in shock. "The Lirian, the exiled sorceress. Is that what they call me now?" A sad smile touched her perfect lips. "Once I was called the Royal Protector. Now I am the Shadow Witch. Titles change with the tides of politics, little guardian." "How do you know what I am?" Hobbit asked, lowering his dagger slightly. "Oh, and why would Norvaland's most notorious exile appear at my campfire?" The whispers of the forest carry news swiftly to those who know how to listen, Lirian said, gesturing to the trees around them. "As for why I'm here, I've awaited the awakening of a true guardian for decades. The crown fragment you seek is not far, but retrieving it will require both your blood right and my magic." Hobbit's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "I was told you serve Malakar, that you were exiled for communing with his specters." "A convenient tale," Lirian replied, her voice hardening, "particularly for one who wished to remove the only person who recognized his true nature." "Whose true nature?" "Lord Vexus, Royal Counselor to the throne of Norvaland." Lirian spat the name as though it tasted of poison. "For 3 centuries he has served as advisor to kings and queens, never aging, never changing, and none question this unnatural longevity." 300 years, Hobbit's mind reeled. "That's impossible, unless he draws power from elsewhere," Lirian finished grimly. "I discovered his secret 20 years ago. A chamber deep beneath the palace, where he communes with something ancient and terrible. When I confronted him, he used his influence to brand me traitor and shadow spawn." The pieces began to align in Hobbit's mind like constellations forming in the night sky. The crown's corruption, it's his doing, isn't it? Not Malakar's. "Malakar stirs beyond the veil, true enough," Lirian confirmed. But it is Vexus who deliberately weakens our defenses, who sabotaged the crown's centerpiece through subtle magics applied over centuries. "But why?" Hobbit asked. "Why destroy the very kingdom he serves?" Lirian's eyes darkened. "Because what sleeps beneath Norvaland Castle is far older and more powerful than any human kingdom. A dragon from the world's dawn, bound in enchanted slumber by the first king. Vexus seeks to awaken it, to harness its power for himself, and the falling of the veil is merely a distraction," Lirian said. "While the kingdom's forces marshal against Malakar's spectral army, Vexus will complete his ritual unhindered." Dawn light filtered through the forest canopy as they spoke, dappling the ground with patches of gold. In that illumination, Hobbit studied Lirian's face closely, searching for any hint of deception. He found only determination and a deep well of sorrow. "I have no reason to trust you," he said finally, "but I have even less reason to trust a counselor who has lived 3 centuries. Will you help me recover the crown fragment?" Lyrian extended her hand, slender, pale, and marked with arcane sigils that spiraled up her wrist. "Together, Guardian, the fragment lies within the Hollow of Echoes, half a day's journey from here. But be warned, it is guarded by more than mere distance." As they gathered Hobbit's meager supplies and prepared to depart, the whispers of the forest rose to a fever pitch, as though the very trees anticipated the events about to unfold. Above, through gaps in the verdant canopy, Hobbit glimpsed the barrier that protected Norvalan, the corruption now spreading like veins of black lightning across its once pristine surface. 6 days remained until the veil fell completely. 6 days to recover the fragments, restore the broken crown, and confront a counselor who had spent centuries weaving his web of deception. All while an ancient dragon slumbered fitfully beneath the kingdom's very foundations. Hobbit glanced down at the spiral birthmark on his palm, the mark of the Guardian's bloodline. For generations, his ancestors had protected the realm from the shadows, their true importance unknown to the very people they served. Now, the duty fell to him, small in stature, but increasingly aware of the power that flowed through his veins. "Ready, little Guardian?" Lyrian asked, her twilight eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. Hobbit squared his shoulders and nodded. "Lead on, Shadow Witch." "It seems we have a kingdom to save, not just from what lies beyond the veil, but from what lurks within." Above them, a raven circled once before, winging its way back toward the crystal towers of Norvalan, where an ancient counselor stood at a window, his ageless eyes scanning the horizon with growing impatience. Beneath his feet, deep in the bedrock of the castle's foundations, something massive stirred in its millennia-long slumber, sensing that the time of its awakening drew near. Story 3. The citadel of Valdor pierced the sky like a sword thrust through the heart of the heavens, its 7 spires of gleaming white stone visible for leagues across the kingdom of Arthalan. Beneath these towers of legendary knights and noble warriors, in the shadowed underbelly where the heat of countless forges turned the air into a perpetual summer, Hobbit wiped sweat from his brow with a soot-stained forearm. Unlike the towering knights who trained in the courtyards above, Hobbit stood barely chest-high to most men. His small stature had earned him equal measures of mockery and dismissal from the knights he served, yet his hands possessed a deftness that even Master Thorn, the head blacksmith, grudgingly acknowledged. While he would never wield a sword in battle, Hobbit could forge one with precision that belied his 17 years. "Finish polishing Sir Gareth's armor before sundown," Master Thorn called over his shoulder as he departed for the evening meal. "And don't venture beyond the apprentice quarters. The knights return from the southern campaign tonight, and they'll have no patience for little folk underfoot." Hobbit nodded dutifully, though a familiar ache settled in his chest. 3 years as an apprentice, and still he was treated as though he might shatter the precious weapons with a mere glance. When the heavy door closed behind his master, Hobbit set the polishing cloth aside. Sir Gareth's armor could wait. For weeks, he had been working on his own project in secret, repairing an ancient ceremonial dagger he'd found discarded in a bin of scrap metal. Something about its strange, flowing design had called to him, and tonight he would complete the restoration. The lower forges fell silent as apprentices and journeymen departed for their evening meal. Alone at last, Hobbit retrieved the dagger from its hiding place beneath a loose flagstone. The metal hummed beneath his touch, almost as if pleased by his return. Working by lamplight, he carefully applied the final polish to the blade. As he worked, the strange runes etched along its length began to glow with a faint blue luminescence. Hobbit paused, wondering if some trick of the light was deceiving his tired eyes. "What manner of metal are you?" he whispered, running his finger along the flat of the blade. The moment his skin made contact with the glowing runes, the world dissolved around him. Visions crashed through his mind like waves against a cliff, a mountain splitting open to reveal a chamber of obsidian. Within it, a throne made of twisted human bones. Upon this throne sat a figure wearing a crown of raven feathers, its face obscured by shadows deeper than night. As the vision pulled him closer, the figure raised its head, revealing eyes that burned like twin funeral pyres. "The seals weaken," whispered a voice that seemed to emanate not from the figure, but from the very air around it. "The iron mountains will part. The throne of bone will rise. The Lord of Ravens will reign once more." The vision shifted. Armies of the dead marched across blighted fields. Cities burned beneath a sky turned the color of blood. And everywhere, ravens circled, their cries like laughter as they feasted upon the fallen. Hobbit dropped the dagger with a cry, and reality snapped back into focus. The blade clattered against the stone floor, its runes now dark and innocuous. Heart hammering against his ribs, he stared at the weapon as though it might transform into a serpent. "Not a decorative dagger at all," he whispered to the empty forge. "A warning. You expect the Knights of the Sacred Flame to mobilize based on the fevered imagination of a forge boy." Sir Roderick's laughter echoed through the grand hall, joined moments later by the chuckles of his fellow knights. Hobbit stood before the assembled order, the ancient blade, which he now knew to be a broken fragment of a much larger sword, clutched in his trembling hands. He had spent the entire morning summoning the courage to request an audience, only to be met with derision. "The runes, sir, they showed me visions of the Lord of Ravens awakening beyond the Iron Mountains." "The legends say—" "We know the legends, boy," interrupted Sir Galen, the youngest of the knights present. "Childhood tales to frighten youngsters into obedience. Be good, or the Lord of Ravens will carry you away." Commander Aldrich, leader of the Order, raised a hand for silence. Unlike his knights, he did not laugh, but studied Hobbit with eyes as cold and grey as winter steel. "Oh, the Iron Mountains have stood unbreached for 1,000 years, he said. "No enemy has penetrated our northern borders in living memory, and you would have us dispatch knights based on visions from a broken trinket." "It's more than a trinket, Commander," Hobbit insisted, holding out the blade fragment. "Look at the craftsmanship. The runes, they're ancient, but they match the descriptions in the library scrolls of the Blade of Hidden Destiny." "You've been in the restricted archives." Commander Aldrich's voice dropped dangerously low. Too late. Hobbit realized his error. Apprentices were forbidden from the historical archives, which contained texts deemed too dangerous or controversial for common knowledge. "And I only sought to understand the visions," Hobbit said, taking an involuntary step backward. "Master Thorn speaks highly of your skill at the forge," Commander Aldrich said after a long, uncomfortable silence. "It would be a shame to lose such talent. Return to your duties, forget these foolish visions, and I will overlook your trespassing into the archives. But, sir, enough." The commander's fist came down upon the oak table with a crack like thunder. "Knights of Valdor do not chase shadows based on a forge boy's dreams." "You are dismissed." Humiliation burned in Hobbit's chest as he clutched the blade fragment and retreated from the hall, the knights' laughter following him like a pack of wolves. That night, Hobbit packed his meager belongings. If the knights would not heed his warning, he would take it to someone who might. The visions haunted his sleep, growing more vivid and terrifying with each passing night. Whatever was awakening beyond the Iron Mountains would not remain contained for long. As he prepared to slip away from the apprentice quarters, a soft knock at his door froze him in place. Heart pounding, he eased it open to find a hooded figure waiting in the corridor. "May I enter?" asked a voice that, despite its hushed tone, carried unmistakable authority. Before Hobbit could respond, the figure pushed past him into the small chamber and lowered his hood. Hobbit dropped to one knee immediately, recognizing the angular features and piercing blue eyes of Crown Prince Cailan, heir to the throne of Arthurlan. "Rise," the prince said, gesturing impatiently. "We haven't much time. Show me this blade that gives you visions." Stunned, Hobbit retrieved the fragment from its wrappings. How did you? I was present at your audience with the Order, though concealed behind the tapestry," Prince Cailan explained, examining the blade with keen interest. "Unlike those glorified tournament fighters, I've studied the ancient texts. The blade of hidden destiny is no myth. It was forged by the first king to contain a primordial evil." "The Lord of Ravens," Hobbit whispered. "Yes." The prince's expression darkened. "An entity older than our kingdom, imprisoned beneath the Iron Mountains by my ancestor. The blade was the key to his prison, and the only weapon that could destroy him should he escape." "But this is only a fragment," Hobbit said. "The complete blade was shattered during the last Great War, its pieces scattered to prevent it from ever being used for ill purpose." Prince Cailan fixed Hobbit with an intense gaze. "Yet it called to you. The blade chooses its wielder, not by strength of arm, but by strength of spirit." "Me," Hobbit's voice cracked with disbelief. "I'm no wielder of legendary weapons. I'm not even a proper smith yet." The blade disagrees. A grim smile touched the prince's lips. "Pack what you need for a journey. We leave within the hour." "We? Your visions confirm what I have long suspected. My father's chief advisor, Lord Seraphim, has been conducting forbidden rituals in secret, attempting to awaken what should remain dormant. The Order of Knights has fallen under his influence." Prince Cailan's hand moved to the sword at his hip. "I've renounced my claim to the throne until this threat is dealt with. I need someone the blade trusts, and it has chosen you." Dawn found them deep within the Whispering Woods, following ancient paths, long overgrown. Prince Cailan moved with the confidence of one who had studied maps others had forgotten, while Hobbit struggled to keep pace, the fragment of the blade secure in a leather scabbard at his hip. "Where are we going?" Hobbit asked as they paused to drink from a clear stream. "To find Morvath." The name sent a chill down Hobbit's spine. Even in the Citadel, they spoke of Morvath in hushed tones, the necromancer, the defiler, exiled decades ago for practices too dark for even the most liberal scholars to tolerate. A necromancer. Hobbit couldn't keep the fear from his voice. "Why would we seek out such a person?" "Because Morvath was once keeper of the royal archives," Prince Cailan replied. "He knows more about the blade and the Lord of Ravens than anyone living, and despite what the Order would have you believe, his exile was not for necromancy, but for discovering the truth about the royal bloodline." Before Hobbit could question further, a murder of ravens erupted from the trees ahead, their harsh cries shattering the forest's tranquility. The fragment at Hobbit's hip grew suddenly hot, its heat penetrating the leather scabbard. "They found us already," Prince Cailan muttered, drawing his sword. The Lord of Ravens sees through his feathered spies. The birds circled overhead, their eyes gleaming with unnatural intelligence. Then, as one, they descended, beaks and talons aimed at the travelers like weapons of war. Hobbit dove beneath a fallen log as Prince Cailan's blade flashed in the dappled sunlight, cleaving ravens in twain. But for each bird that fell, 3 more took its place, their attacks growing more coordinated and vicious. Drawing the blade fragment from its scabbard, Hobbit felt power surge through his arm. The runes blazed with azure fire, and when he swung at a raven that had breached the prince's defense, the bird burst into black flame, its ashes scattering like bits of night made solid. The blade remembers its purpose, Prince Cailan called, his face streaked with blood from talon scratches. Use it. Together they fought against the winged onslaught, Hobbit's small size allowing him to strike at birds the prince couldn't reach. When the last raven fell, they stood amid a carpet of black feathers, breathing heavily. "Well met, Forge Boy," Prince Cailan said with newfound respect. It seems the blade chose wisely after all. Hobbit stared at the fragment in his hand, the runes now pulsing with gentle light. For the first time in his life, he felt something akin to belonging. Morvath's dwelling was not the dark tower Hobbit had imagined, but a simple stone cottage nestled within a grove of ancient oaks. Herbs hung drying from the rafters, and shelves lined with books and strange artifacts covered every wall. The necromancer himself defied expectations as well. Hobbit had envisioned a gaunt figure draped in midnight robes. Instead, Morvath was a robust man of middle years, dressed in simple homespun, his beard shot through with silver. "I've been expecting you," he said, ushering them inside without preamble. "The blade fragment has awakened, which means the seals are failing faster than I calculated." "You know of the blade?" Hobbit asked, surprised. Morvath's gaze fell upon the fragment at Hobbit's hip. "I was its guardian for 30 years before my disagreement with the royal court." His eyes shifted to Prince Cailan. "Your father was still a reasonable man then, before Lord Seraphim poisoned his mind with promises of power." Prince Cailan's jaw tightened. "I need to know the truth, Morvath." "All of it." The necromancer, though Hobbit was beginning to doubt that designation, gestured toward a heavy oak table. Upon it lay an ancient map of the kingdom, yellowed with age. "The truth," Morvath said, his finger tracing the jagged line representing the Iron Mountains, "is that the Lord of Ravens is no demon or god, but a being of flesh and blood, the progenitor of your royal line, Prince Cailan." Stunned silence followed this proclamation. The first king didn't imprison an evil entity," Morvath continued. "He imprisoned his own father, whose thirst for power had led him to dark rituals that threatened to consume the kingdom. The blade of hidden destiny was forged not to defeat evil, but to control it, to harness the power of the Lord of Ravens while keeping his consciousness suppressed." "That's impossible," Prince Cailan whispered. "But my family has ruled justly for 1,000 years, because the blade kept the Lord's influence at bay," Morvath explained. "But as generations passed and the blade was forgotten, broken and scattered, that influence has grown. Your father, and his father before him, have been slowly corrupted. Lord Seraphim merely accelerated the process. And now they seek to free him completely," Hobbit said, the pieces falling into place. "Through the visions I saw, they plan to open the mountain and release the Lord of Ravens." "Not just release him," Morvath corrected grimly. "Merge with him. Lord Seraphim has convinced your father that by embracing his ancestral power, he can rule not just Arthalan, but all the known worlds. He doesn't understand that once released, the Lord of Ravens will consume him utterly." "How do we stop it?" Prince Cailan's voice had hardened with resolve. "We must reforge the blade," Morvath said. "All the fragments united once more. Only then can the prison be resealed, or the Lord of Ravens truly destroyed, once and for all." "And the other fragments?" Hobbit asked. "Where are they?" Morvath's expression grew troubled. "Scattered across the kingdom, guarded by those who don't understand what they protect. And time grows short. The ritual to open the mountain will be performed on the night of the blood moon, 7 days hence. Then we have a week to find the remaining fragments and reforge the blade." Prince Cailan said, straightening. "Hobbit, it seems your destiny lies not at the forge of Valdor, but upon a far greater anvil." Hobbit looked down at the fragment, its runes now glowing steadily like stars plucked from the night sky. All his life he had been overlooked, dismissed as too small for greatness, yet here he stood, chosen by an ancient weapon to prevent the end of all he knew. For the first time, the weight of the fragment at his hip felt not like a burden, but like a promise. "The blade has chosen," he said softly. "And I accept." Outside, a lone raven perched upon a withered branch, watching with eyes that reflected not the forest around it, but a throne room far to the north, where a king with increasingly hollowed features listened to the whispered counsel of a shadow that grew larger with each passing day. The final battle for Arthurland's soul had begun. And at its heart stood not a mighty knight or powerful wizard, but a small forge boy with a fragment of destiny at his hip and the courage to wield it. Story 4. The ancient trees of the eternal forest reached toward the sky like gnarled fingers, their emerald canopy filtering the sunlight into dancing motes of gold and green. For centuries, these sentinels had stood watch over the kingdom of Aldarion, their roots delving deep into secrets long forgotten. But something was amiss. The once vibrant leaves now bore veins of ashen grey, and the whispers that had forever danced among the branches had grown faint, like the dying breath of an old friend. Hobbit knelt beside a massive oak, his small hands gentle against the rough bark. Though half the height of most men in Aldarion, Hobbit's connection to growing things was unmatched. As royal gardener to the Council of Sages, he tended the botanical gardens surrounding the Crystal Spire, but his true affinity lay with the wild places, particularly the eternal forest that bordered the kingdom's eastern reaches. "What troubles you, old one?" he murmured, pressing his palm firmly against the trunk. A sensation like ice water trickled down his spine as the oak's pain resonated through him, a hollow ache of something vital being slowly drained away. This was the 12th tree he had found exhibiting the same symptoms in as many days. "Master Hobbit!" A sharp voice shattered his communion with the ancient oak. Gathering herbs again, are we?" Hobbit turned to find Magister Thorn astride his white stallion, the silver emblem of the Council of Sages gleaming on his midnight blue robes. The Magister's hawkish features were arranged in a smile that never reached his eyes. "The trees are dying, Magister," Hobbit said, rising to his feet. "Something unnatural afflicts them." Thorn's smile thinned. "Careful with such words, gardener. Unnatural often implies magical causation. And as you well know, magic has been forbidden in Aldarion for 3 generations since the Great Calamity," Hobbit recited dutifully. "But surely the Council would want to know if something threatens the eternal forest." "The Council concerns itself with maintaining order and preventing another calamity," Thorn replied, his tone hardening. "Leave matters of the forest to those qualified to assess them. Your duty is to the royal gardens, nothing more." As the Magister rode away, Hobbit gazed back at the ailing oak. The Council's prohibition of magic had governed Aldarion for 70 years, ever since the catastrophic magical storm known as the Great Calamity had nearly destroyed the kingdom. Any practice of the arcane arts was punishable by exile or worse. Yet Hobbit could not dismiss what he felt. The forest was crying out, and somehow he could hear it. That night, Hobbit's dreams were troubled. He walked a path through the eternal forest, but the mighty trees had withered to skeletal husks. At the forest's heart stood a massive, gnarled oak, the mother tree, oldest living thing in Aldarion. In his dream, its bark ran with sap that looked disturbingly like blood, and from its hollow center came a voice, "Find the seals, little gardener." Before the devourer awakens fully, Hobbit awoke with a gasp, dawn light filtering through his cottage window. The dream clung to him like morning mist, too vivid to dismiss. The mother tree had spoken to him. Such communion was the stuff of legend. Not the experience of a simple gardener, but Hobbit knew what he must do. The council chamber atop the crystal spire gleamed with polished marble and ancient tapestries depicting the founding of Alderian. 7 sages sat in high-backed chairs arranged in a semicircle, Magister Thorn among them. At the center stood Grand Sage Morvain, whose silver hair and lined face spoke of centuries preserved through methods none dared question. "You claim the Eternal Forest is dying." Morvain's voice was like stone grinding against stone. Hobbit stood before them, uncomfortably aware of how small he appeared. "Yes, Grand Sage. The trees show signs of something draining their life force. I believe you were appointed Royal Gardener for your skill with plants, not your beliefs," interrupted Sage Vestra, her fingers drumming impatiently on her chair's armrest. "What evidence do you bring beyond withered leaves?" "I have dreamed of the Mother Tree," Hobbit said, the words tumbling out before he could reconsider. "She spoke to me of seals and a devourer awakening." The chamber fell deathly silent. Then, slowly, Morvain rose from his seat. "You claim to commune with the forest through dreams?" His voice had dropped to a dangerous whisper. "Such connection is magical in nature. Are you admitting to practicing forbidden arts, Gardener?" Hobbit's heart hammered against his ribs. "I practice no magic, Grand Sage." "The dreams came unbidden." "Unbidden?" Magister Thorn's voice was silk over steel, yet you speak of them as truth, as guidance. "The Eternal Forest has stood since before Alderian's founding," Hobbit insisted. "If it dies, what will become of our kingdom?" Morvain's eyes narrowed. "Guards, seize him. The gardener shall be examined for evidence of magical corruption." As armored figures moved toward him, Hobbit made a desperate choice. He pulled a small pouch from his belt and threw it to the ground. A cloud of golden pollen erupted, sending the guards into fits of sneezing and momentary blindness, a natural defense mechanism from a rare bloom he had cultivated in secret. In the confusion, Hobbit fled, his short legs carrying him swiftly down the spiral staircase of the crystal spire. He had become exactly what the council feared most, a fugitive accused of magical practice. 3 days later, Hobbit huddled beneath the gnarled roots of a fallen elm at the edge of the Eternal Forest. Rain pattered against the leaves above, masking the sounds of the witch hunters who pursued him. Their distinctive silver masks, designed to filter magical influence, gleamed occasionally through the trees as they swept the area. "They won't find you here," came a soft voice. Hobbit nearly cried out in alarm. A woman crouched just beyond his hiding place, tall and lithe, with skin the color of oak bark and hair like autumn leaves. Intricate patterns of what appeared to be living vines adorned her arms. "Who are you?" Hobbit whispered. "I am Ilara, last of the Forest Guardians." Her eyes reflected the green of the forest itself. "And you are the one the trees have chosen." Hobbit's breath caught. "The trees chose me." "For what?" "To restore what was broken," Ilara said simply. "Come, we cannot linger where the witch hunters prowl." She led him deeper into the forest, along paths invisible to untrained eyes. As they walked, the signs of illness in the trees grew more pronounced. Leaves blackened, bark cracked and oozing dark sap. They arrived at a small glade where stood a stone circle, ancient and moss-covered. At its center grew a sapling that seemed to pulse within a light. "A daughter of the Mother Tree," Ilara explained, kneeling beside it, "one of the last healthy specimens in the forest." "What's happening to them?" Hobbit asked, his voice hushed with reverence. Ilara's face darkened. "The Devourer of Worlds stirs in its prison beneath the Mother Tree, an ancient entity trapped there by the original Guardians using elemental magic. As it awakens, it feeds on the forest's life force." "The Mother Tree spoke to me of seals," Hobbit said. "Yes, 4 elemental seals, placed at the cardinal points of Alderian. They maintain the Devourer's prison. Ilara traced a symbol in the dirt, a circle quartered by a cross. Earth in the north, fire in the south, water in the east, air in the west. The seals have weakened over the generations as magic was forgotten and forbidden, and we must restore them, Hobbit concluded. Ilara studied him with newfound respect. Yes, but the Council will stop at nothing to prevent this. They fear the return of magic more than the death of the forest. Why? Hobbit wondered aloud. Surely they understand the forest's importance. The Council of Sages holds a terrible secret, Ilara said, her voice dropping to a whisper. The great calamity was no accident. It was their doing, a ritual gone wrong when they attempted to harness the Devourer's power for themselves. They struck a bargain with it, magic from the world in exchange for their own power and longevity. Hobbit's mind reeled. The Grand Sage Morvain. He's lived for centuries, sustained by what they stole, Ilara confirmed. But the Devourer grows stronger, no longer content with their arrangement. If it breaks free completely, it will consume not just the forest, but all of Alderian. That night, as they camped beneath the watchful boughs of the forest, Hobbit's dreams came again, vivid and urgent. The Mother Tree showed him visions, 4 ancient stones, each pulsing with elemental energy, their power waning as dark tendrils wrapped around them. He awoke with absolute clarity. I know where the Earth Seal lies, he told Ilara. The Mother Tree has shown me. The northern reach was a land of rolling hills and exposed granite, where the eternal forest gave way to windswept plateaus. Hobbit and Ilara crouched behind a boulder, observing the stone circle that crowned the highest hill. 4 witch hunters stood guard around a central altar, where a dull green stone lay, the Earth Seal. The Council already moves to prevent us, Ilara whispered. They must have realized what we intend. How do we get past them? Hobbit asked. Ilara removed a small pouch from her belt. Distraction. When I throw this, run for the seal. You must be the one to reactivate it. The forest chose you. Before Hobbit could protest, Ilara hurled the pouch toward the far side of the circle. It burst into a shower of seeds that instantly sprouted, growing into twisting vines that wrapped around 2 of the witch hunters. Now, she hissed. Hobbit sprinted toward the altar, his small size making him difficult to spot in the tall grass. One of the remaining hunters saw him and raised a crossbow, but Ilara emerged from hiding, drawing the hunter's attention with a flurry of what appeared to be glowing leaves. Reaching the altar, Hobbit placed his hands on the Earth Seal. It was cold to the touch, its once vibrant green surface now clouded and dim. He closed his eyes, remembering the Mother Tree's guidance from his dreams. Awaken, he whispered. It returned to what you were meant to be. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, from deep within the stone, a pulse of green light answered his call. The Earth Seal began to glow, faintly at first, then with increasing brilliance. The ground beneath Hobbit's feet trembled. The witch hunters cried out in alarm as emerald energy erupted from the seal, flowing outward in rippling waves across the landscape. Where it touched, withered grass greened and small flowers bloomed. The Earth Seal is restored, Ilara shouted, joy transforming her face. Quickly, we must flee before more hunters arrive. As they raced back toward the forest, Hobbit glanced over his shoulder. The Earth Seal now shone like an emerald beacon, pulsing with renewed power. In his mind, he felt the Mother Tree's approval and urgency. 3 more seals remained, and the Devourer's strength grew by the day. The Council would send more hunters now, realizing the true threat to their power. And somewhere in the heart of the eternal forest, ancient tendrils writhed in mounting fury as the first of its bonds was restored. Hobbit turned his gaze eastward, where the water seal awaited. His journey had only just begun, but for the first time since he had noticed the dying trees, hope bloomed within him like the most resilient of seedlings, small yet determined to grow. Story 5. The twin moons of Thornvale cast their opposing glows across the landscape. One silver blue, one amber gold, their eternal dance marking the boundary between day and night in this divided realm. Unlike other kingdoms where darkness and light alternated in predictable rhythms, Thornvale existed in perfect balance. Half the kingdom bathed in perpetual daylight, the other cloaked in endless night, with only a slim ribbon of twilight separating the two domains. Hobbit adjusted the leather satchel slung across his shoulder as he approached the boundary between realms. Though small in stature, barely reaching the chest of most men, he moved with the confident stride of one who had traversed this path countless times. His weathered cloak, neither the pure white of the day court nor the midnight blue of the night court, but rather a muted grey, marked him as what he was, a messenger, one of the rare few permitted to cross freely between the two domains. "Ud papers, Twilight Walker," demanded the Day Sentinel, her armor gleaming with polished silver that captured and amplified the eternal sunlight. The enchanted metal was almost painfully bright to eyes accustomed to shadow. Hobbit produced the scroll bearing the royal seals of both courts, a rising sun intertwined with a crescent moon, and waited patiently as the guard examined it. Few possessed the constitution to serve as messengers between the realms. Most day dwellers found the perpetual darkness of the night court disorienting and depressing, while night dwellers often suffered painful light sickness when exposed to the relentless brilliance of the day court. Yet Hobbit had always felt equally at home in both, a peculiarity that had served him well in his profession. "Proceed," the sentinel said finally, returning the scroll. "The court awaits its messages." As Hobbit crossed into the sunlit realm, he felt the familiar shift, a subtle warmth spreading through his body as the perpetual daylight embraced him. He had made this journey hundreds of times before, carrying correspondence, treaties, and occasionally secrets between the two courts. But today's message felt different. The sealed parchment in his satchel, addressed to Queen Aurora herself, bore the personal mark of Prince Orion of the Night Court, not the official royal seal, but his private signet. Unusual, to say the least. The Day Palace rose before him, its crystal spires capturing the eternal sunlight and fracturing it into rainbow cascades that spilled down alabaster walls. Hobbit made his way through the bustling court square, where merchants hawked luminous fruits and artisans crafted light-infused tokens. Day dwellers, with their fair skin and bright-colored attire, moved with the easy confidence of those who never had to fear the dark. "Hobbit, what news from the shadows?" called Elian, a fruit seller whose stand Hobbit frequently visited. "The usual gloom and mystery," Hobbit replied with a practiced smile, stopping to purchase a sun peach. "And here, any new radiant gossip?" Elian leaned forward, lowering his voice. "The Queen has rarely left her solar this past week. Some say she's preparing for the solstice ceremony, but others whisper of troubling dreams, prophecies perhaps." Hobbit nodded thoughtfully, the sealed message in his satchel suddenly feeling heavier. The eternal eclipse was approaching, a rare celestial event occurring once every century when both moons aligned perfectly, casting Thornvale into momentary, complete twilight. A sacred time when the boundary between realms thinned, allowing for renewal of ancient pacts, and some said, a moment when the division between courts could be undone entirely. After passing through layers of guards and corridors of increasing opulence, Hobbit finally gained entry to the Queen's receiving chamber. Unlike the ostentatious throne room, this was a more intimate space, though no less magnificent. The walls were adorned with enchanted tapestries depicting the creation of Thornvale, how the first sorcerer kings had divided what was once a land of chaotic, unpredictable light and shadow into ordered realms of day and night. Queen Aurora sat by a window overlooking her sunlit domain, her gown shimmering with embedded crystals that captured and reflected light in mesmerizing patterns. Though centuries old, sustained by the magic that maintained the eternal day, she appeared no older than 30, her golden hair forming a halo around features both beautiful and severe. "Your Majesty," Hobbit said, bowing low, "I bring correspondence from the Night Court." Aurora turned, her eyes the color of dawn, fixing on the small messenger. "Rise, Twilight Walker. What messages do you carry today?" "A personal missive from Prince Orion, Your Majesty," Hobbit replied, carefully extracting the sealed parchment. A flash of something, concern, recognition, crossed the Queen's face before her royal mask returned. Indeed, how unusual for the prince to write directly, especially given his current standing with his father. Everyone knew of the rumored rift between King Umbral and his son. Prince Orion had publicly questioned the increasing restrictions on travel between the realms, advocating for greater exchange between day and night dwellers. He'd been conspicuously absent from court functions for months. The Queen broke the seal and read silently, her expression growing increasingly troubled. When she finished, she rose abruptly. "You will wait," she commanded, then swept from the room, the message clutched in her hand. Hobbit stood alone in the receiving chamber, the sun streaming through enchanted windows. Minutes stretched into an hour. Something was wrong. The Queen had never kept him waiting like this before. Messengers were typically dispatched quickly, their neutrality respected by both courts. A distant scream shattered the silence, followed by the clamor of armored guards rushing down the corridor. Hobbit's heart hammered against his ribs. Before he could decide whether to investigate or remain as ordered, the chamber door burst open. "Seize him!" shouted the captain of the Royal Guard, her sword drawn and gleaming with enchanted light. "The Queen has been murdered, and this messenger was the last to see her alive." Before Hobbit could protest, guards surrounded him. One struck him from behind, and darkness, not the comforting shadow of the Night Court, but the absolute black of unconsciousness, claimed him. Hobbit awoke to the sensation of movement, his head throbbing where the guard had struck him. He was in a cart, its wooden wheels rumbling over uneven ground. His hands were bound behind his back, and a hood covered his face, but the quality of light filtering through the rough fabric told him they were approaching the Twilight Lands, the narrow band of perpetual dusk that separated the two courts. "He's waking!" a gruff voice announced. The cart stopped. Rough hands yanked Hobbit upright and tore away the hood. He blinked in the muted half-light of twilight, finding himself surrounded by 4 day court guards. "Listen carefully, murderer," said the tallest guard, a woman with a scar running down one cheek. "By rights, we should execute you for the Queen's assassination, but Lord Chancellor Tyrannus believes a swift death would be too merciful." "I didn't kill the Queen," Hobbit protested. "I delivered a message from Prince Orion, then—" "Silence!" The guard struck him across the face. The message was poisoned, a deadly Night Court concoction that stopped Her Majesty's heart within minutes of her reading it. As the messenger, you are guilty. Poisoned parchment. Hobbit's mind raced. That's impossible. I collected it directly from Prince Orion's servant. I carried it for days. If it were poisoned, I would... The poison activates only when exposed to concentrated daylight. Another guard interrupted. A cunning Night Court trick. They used you as their unwitting assassin. The scarred guard drew her knife. Now we follow our orders. The Chancellor decreed you should be left here, in the Twilight Lands, with just enough of a head start before we hunt you down. Neither court will shelter a regicide. She cut his bonds, then shoved him roughly from the cart. Run, little messenger. You have until the shadow touches that outcropping. She pointed to a rock formation, perhaps a mile distant. Then we hunt. Hobbit didn't waste breath arguing further. He ran, his short legs carrying him swiftly into the strange, muted landscape of the Twilight Lands. Unlike the precisely maintained environments of the courts, this narrow region was wild and unpredictable. Twisted trees with leaves half gold, half silver reached toward the dusky sky. Flowers that opened only in this mixed light released subtle perfumes as he passed. He had delivered messages through this region hundreds of times, but had never strayed from the royal road. Few did. The Twilight Lands were home to creatures that thrived in neither pure light nor pure darkness, but in the ambiguity between, not all were friendly to court dwellers. As Hobbit pushed deeper into the wilderness, the realization of his situation settled over him. Queen Aurora was dead. He was accused of her murder. Neither court would grant him sanctuary, and the message, that mysterious communication from Prince Orion, had somehow been the murder weapon. Prince Orion. If anyone could help him, it would be the sender of that fateful message. But the prince was in the night court, seemingly unreachable now that Hobbit was a fugitive. A rustling sound stopped him in his tracks. Something was moving through the underbrush ahead. Something large. Hobbit crouched behind a boulder, scarcely daring to breathe. A massive wolf emerged into a small clearing, its fur neither black nor white, but a shimmering silver that seemed to absorb and reflect the twilight simultaneously. Its eyes glowed with an inner light as it lifted its head, testing the air. A shadow wolf, one of the legendary guardians of the Twilight Lands. Hobbit had heard stories but never expected to encounter one. They were said to be intelligent, even telepathic, but fiercely territorial. The wolf turned, its luminous gaze fixing directly on Hobbit's hiding place. "Come out, small one." A voice whispered directly into his mind. "I mean you no harm, for now." Hobbit slowly emerged from behind the boulder. You can speak?" "Not as you do," the wolf replied, "but your mind hears mine clearly enough." "Interesting. Few can perceive my thoughts so easily." "What do you want?" Hobbit asked, ready to flee at the first sign of aggression. "The question is what you seek, Twilight Walker. You run from day, yet do not turn toward night." "I'm accused of a murder I didn't commit." "I need to find Prince Orion of the Night Court." The wolf's ears pricked forward. "The exiled prince. He dwells not far from here, in the ancient temple. I can lead you for a price." "I have nothing to offer," Hobbit said, showing his empty hands. The wolf made a sound remarkably like laughter. "Nothing. Look at your hands, messenger." Hobbit glanced down and gasped. Tendrils of golden light and wisps of shadow were dancing across his palms, intertwining in impossible patterns. What is this?" "You truly don't know." The wolf circled him slowly. "You bear the mark of the Twilight Guardians, those who can walk in both light and shadow without being consumed by either. Such a gift has not been seen in centuries. I don't understand. I'm just a messenger." "No, little one, you are far more. And for the chance to witness what you may become, I will guide you to the exiled prince. Come, the hunters will pick up your trail soon." With no better option, Hobbit followed the shadow wolf deeper into the Twilight Lands, unaware that the mysterious power awakening within him would soon determine the fate of all Thornvale. As the eternal eclipse approached and ancient powers stirred in the shadows between day and night. Story 6. The silver light of twin moons filtered through the crystalline dome of the Grand Atelier, casting prismatic shadows across Hobbit's weathered hands as he worked. His fingers, calloused from decades of precision, traced the facets of an azure crystal with the reverence of a priest before his altar. In the kingdom of Crystalia, where towering spires of luminous crystal reached toward the heavens like frozen prayers, master lapidaries like Hobbit were revered above all others, save perhaps the royal bloodline itself. But Hobbit harbored a secret beneath his simple craftsman's garb. The crescent-shaped birthmark on his shoulder, hidden from all eyes, marked him as the last descendant of the luminous dynasty, the ancient royal family overthrown generations ago in what history now called the Clarity Rebellion. "You're distracted tonight, Master Hobbit," came a voice from the workshop entrance. Seraphina stood there, her knight's armor gleaming with embedded crystal shards, a tradition among the Crystal Guard. Her right hand rested casually on the hilt of her sword, but her eyes, sharp as cut diamond, missed nothing. "The pellucid festival approaches," Hobbit replied, setting down his tools. "Everyone wants their finest jewelry polished." He didn't mention what truly troubled him, the faint cloudiness at the crystal's core that shouldn't be there, a flaw he couldn't remove because it came from within. It was the same cloudiness he'd noticed in dozens of crystals lately, from the mighty pillars supporting the Prism Palace to the delicate shards used in everyday illumination throughout the city of Crystalis. The kingdom's lifeblood was slowly dying, and only Hobbit, with his hereditary connection to the crystal heart of this land, could sense the full extent of the malady. "You see it too, don't you?" Seraphina asked, her voice dropping to a whisper. The dimming. Hobbit stiffened. "How did you—" "My family has served the luminous dynasty for generations, even in exile and secrecy." She knelt before him suddenly, her head bowed. "My prince," the title sent a chill down Hobbit's spine. "Rise, please. Those days are gone. I'm just a lapidary now." "The crystals recognize you," she insisted. "They're calling for help. I've been watching them fade for months now, but the Council of Facets denies anything is wrong." Hobbit ran his fingers through his silver-streaked hair. "What can I do? I have no power here." "But you do," Seraphina said, her eyes alight with purpose. "The legends speak of the Crystal Oracle, an artifact created by the first luminous king. It's said to contain all the knowledge of crystal magic, including how to heal them." "A children's tale," Hobbit scoffed, though his heart quickened at the mention of the oracle. His grandmother had whispered of it during his childhood, in those rare moments when she dared speak of their heritage. Not just a tale. Seraphina produced a tattered map from inside her armor. "This was passed down through my family. It shows the way beyond the mirror wall to the forbidden territories where the oracle was hidden." Outside, a crystal chime sounded as the largest crystal in the central plaza, the heart of Crystalia, flickered noticeably. Voices rose in alarm from the streets below. "It's happening faster than I thought," Hobbit murmured, taking the map with trembling hands. The decision crystallized in his mind like one of his finest cuts. "We leave at dawn, but we'll need a guide for the caverns beyond the wall." 3 days later, Hobbit found himself in the most disreputable tavern in the Crystal Downs, the shabby district where crystal light barely reached. Across from him sat Grim, an exile from the Troll Kingdoms beneath the Obsidian Mountains, 7 feet of craggy muscle and ancient wisdom, with skin like polished granite and eyes that glittered with fragments of embedded crystal. "So the crystals are dying," Grim rumbled, his voice like stones grinding together. "My people have been saying this would happen for centuries." "You know why?" Hobbit leaned forward eagerly. The crystals were never meant to be harnessed as they are," Grim said, tracing a pattern in spilled ale on the table. "They are living things, or rather, They are the prison of a living thing. What do you mean? Seraphina asked, her hand unconsciously moving to her sword hilt, Grimm's crystalline eyes fixed on Hobbit. Your ancestor, the first luminous king, did not discover the crystals as your histories claim. He captured an elemental being of pure energy and bound it within the crystal matrix, forcing it to power his kingdom for generations. Hobbit felt as though the floor had fallen away beneath him. That's not possible. The being is awakening from its long slumber, Grimm continued. The cloudiness you see is its consciousness spreading, preparing to break free. When it does, your crystal kingdom will shatter like glass beneath a hammer. The Oracle, Hobbit whispered. It might tell us how to prevent this. Or how to complete it, Grimm said, with a shrug of his massive shoulders. I'll guide you beyond the mirror wall, but what you do with what you find is your burden to bear, son of kings. The mirror wall rose before them like a vertical sea of polished silver, stretching from the jagged mountains on one side to the crystal sea on the other. No citizen of Crystalia had ventured beyond it in living memory, its smooth, reflective surface repelling all who approached with visions of their darkest fears. How do we pass? Seraphina asked, eyeing the wall warily as they approached under cover of night. We don't need to pass it, Grimm said, leading them to an unremarkable boulder at the wall's base. We go beneath it. With a grunt, the troll heaved the boulder aside, revealing a narrow passageway that plunged steeply downward. The old ways were never completely sealed. My ancestors helped build them. They descended into darkness, relieved only by the soft glow emanating from Hobbit's skin, another secret of his bloodline, activated by proximity to ancient crystal magic. The tunnels widened into vast caverns where crystal formations unlike any in Crystalia erupted from floor and ceiling, raw, uncut, and pulsing with wild colors that had never been tamed by lapidary tools. The true crystal forest, Grimm said reverently, and untouched by your kind's manipulation. For 3 days they navigated the labyrinthine passages, encountering crystal basilisks with petrifying gazes and luminous moth swarms that fed on light itself. Twice they narrowly escaped cave-ins, as the very earth seemed to resist their progress. On the 4th day, they emerged into a vast, circular chamber whose walls were lined with crystal of such clarity it was nearly invisible. At the center stood a single pillar of opalescent crystal that shifted through all colors of the spectrum as they watched. The Crystal Oracle, Hobbit breathed, approaching it with outstretched hands. Wait, Seraphina cautioned. The legends say only royal blood can activate it safely. Then it's fortunate I'm here, Hobbit replied, placing his palms against the cool surface of the oracle. The effect was instantaneous and overwhelming. Knowledge flooded his consciousness, the true history of Crystalia, the binding of the elemental being, the slow corruption of the crystal network as the entity's prison became the foundation of a kingdom. He saw generations of his ancestors, each knowing something was wrong but unwilling to sacrifice their power and privilege to make it right. And he saw 2 possible futures: release the entity and watch Crystalia crumble as the power source of its magic was freed, or renew the binding and condemn an ancient consciousness to continued imprisonment for the sake of his people. When Hobbit finally pulled away from the oracle, tears streamed down his face. What did you see? Seraphina asked quietly. Everything, he whispered. My ancestors' crime. Our coming doom. And the solution, Grimm prompted. Hobbit squared his shoulders, the weight of his newly embraced heritage settling upon them like a crystal crown. There is no solution that doesn't require sacrifice, he said. The entity must be freed. It's the only right path, but in doing so, we doom Crystalia as we know it. Unless... Hobbit's eyes widened as a third possibility crystallized in his mind. Unless someone serves as a conduit, a bridge between the entity and the crystal network, a willing vessel, not a prison. The oracle showed you this, Seraphina asked. No, Hobbit replied. This is my own offering, my atonement for my bloodline's crime. Before either companion could stop him, Hobbit placed his hands on the oracle once more and spoke in the ancient crystal tongue, words he hadn't known he knew until this moment. The oracle shattered into 1,000 glittering shards that swirled around him like a cyclone of light. Where Hobbit had stood, there now pulsed a figure of pure crystalline energy, part man, part elemental, bound together not by force, but by choice. "I am the bridge," came his voice, resonating through the crystal chamber. Through me, the entity will gradually return to its natural state, while Crystallia will have time to adapt to a new way of living with crystal magic rather than feeding upon it. Seraphina knelt, tears in her eyes. "My prince." "No longer," the crystalline hobbit replied gently. "Tell them in Crystallia that their magic will change, but not vanish. Tell them their kingdom was built on a great wrong, but will continue through a great right." Grim nodded his rocky head in respect, balance restored. As Seraphina and Grim made their way back to Crystallia, the caves behind them began to transform, crystal formations pulsing with renewed life and clarity. The entity, partially freed through Hobbit's sacrifice, was healing its ancient home. And in Crystallia, for the first time in centuries, the crystals began to sing, a sound like distant wind chimes that brought tears to the eyes of all who heard it. The heart of Crystallia in the central plaza pulsed with rainbow light, and within its depths, those who looked closely could sometimes glimpse a figure that looked remarkably like a simple lapidary named Hobbit, his hands forever working to reshape a kingdom founded on imprisonment into one built on harmony. In time, the mirror wall fell away entirely, revealing the wild crystal territories beyond. And Crystallia, under the guidance of the entity that was once a prince and a craftsman, learned to live with the magic of the crystals, rather than merely taking from it. A kingdom transformed through the sacrifice of its rightful king, who chose to serve rather than rule.